Hello, and welcome to today's stream. Uh, this is the Coppice dev stream, or the MCube dev stream, or I'm really not sure what I would call this anymore. But we're going to be doing development on Coppice made by MCube Software, which is mostly just me, the Pokebot. So, welcome. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you're all having a wonderful Monday. Getting lots of stuff done or relaxing or whatever you want to be doing today. I hope you're managing to do lots of it. For me, I am going to be doing some coding. I'm going to be continuing work that we were doing yesterday on Coppice, next version of Coppice 2022.2. All the 2's plus a 0. So we are working on getting linking to existing pages working. So we are going to be finishing that up hopefully today. I have been doing a bit of work on this off stream. Not a huge amount, but we'll hopefully get this working. I know what I need to do now, so that usually makes stuff easier. And yeah, once that is done, then we can get on to the final bits of getting Coppice working. So getting it ready for release and all those fun things. So let us head over to conference room and go and have a look at, well, where we've got up to. So, where we got up to yesterday is we had figured out what we needed to do was create a new set of events called the Canvas Hover Event context. We have mouse event context and we have key event context, but we also want a context for hovering because what we've decided is rather than this feature being drag linking, it is instead going to be something where you can hover, like just go into a mode and effectively just move the mouse around and then click to actually link. Because what I was originally thinking was something along the lines of of all the zibs to pick, that is possible. Okay, so something here where you can click and you can drag and it goes like this. That is what I was thinking of, but the problem is that it is kind of hard to do that because in here it is control drag, where you don't really have a right click option here, where we already have a right click and command click and option click and control click. It's all a bit difficult. I'm not actually sure if there is a hotkey to actually do that. Advantage, got layout. No, there doesn't seem to be. You know what? I completely forgot that you could add guides to Nibs. Learn something new every day. Yeah, so we're basically going to have something similar, except rather than right click and drag, it's going to be you do a keyboard shortcut and then you can drag. So where were we? Wanted our canvas. Pay attention. So, how is everyone today? What are you up to? What have you been up to? I've actually managed to get out for a walk this morning, which I don't normally get to do on days when I'm streaming. So that's given me a lot more energy than I would normally have. And it was eerily quiet because today, of course, is the Queen's funeral, which I watched a bit of. It was, I mean, it's interesting from a historical perspective, but life goes on, essentially. So I've always been kind of ambivalent about the monarchy in a way. So it's one of those things of it's fascinating from a historical point of view, but it doesn't affect me too much. So hello, Benevolent Knight. How are you doing today? Have a look. Yes. So we start linking. What we want to do is create a link hover event context. Grand, coming from a busy but fun Saturday. Oh, hope. It's always nice to have busy, fun weekends. Is it something interesting you want to share, or just general shenanigans on a weekend? Alright, so for our create link hover event, we need the actual page that we are going to be creating on, and the page, editing page, full self.page being edited, because you have to actually be editing the page to be able to select a link, to be able to, or something might be that a hotspot or some text or something, to be able to actually create a link. So we need that up there. Hey Sinister, it is going okay. I'm in a bit of a, well, part of me's in a productive mood, the rest of me is in my usual I need sleep mood, as is always the case. Hey Kieran, how are you doing today? Ow, 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 ow. I really need to create some sort of like thunk sound when those hit. Maybe that's part of the new thing, where I need something where when a bug hits me, I get like some sort of... Oh. I wonder... Not sure whether this will come through or not. On hard disk library. System library. Audio. Thought it was in library audio. System library sounds. Okay. So, some of these. I think. Is it? Yep, that was sick. Because the let's open these in QuickTime Player. Let's root QuickTime Player. Oh, where's Wavelink? QuickTime Player. Alright, let's see if these come through. So hopefully that's coming through. But these are some of the classic Mac sounds. Probably not that. You got Sosumi, which would be good. You got purr, pop, ping, morse, hero, glass, bonk, frog, bottle, and I think blow is what I'm thinking of. Nope, might be better. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's one of the newer ones that they've introduced. But yeah, all the classic sounds are there, so we could have a maybe Sasumi. Whenever a bug hits, that plays or something. We can figure something out. In the meantime, though, we want to get this all working. So what we're going to do is serve the current hover event context is going to equal a create link context, and we're going to pass our page in. And when we finish linking, goes a standard hover event context. Okay. Now I think we want layout engine. What we're just going to do is I'm going to stick this in there for now. Maybe it has to be defined as public if it's in the protocol. Alright. So, what we need to do is actually have start linking occur. So to do that, we're going to want to add keyboard shortcuts. So if we go to our main menu, Got create link, create new link. Really something that is a canvas thing, but is a page thing as well, and would make sense. Makes sense in both places. I'd probably put it in canvas because you have to be on a canvas for it to make sense. So what I'm going to do is menu item. What we want to do is a do command option. Alright. So oh, I didn't realise I'd missed a lot of chat with all the bug throwing. A friend was away for their birthday, so we celebrated late. Burgers for lunch and party in the evening. Parties, pizza and tabletop games. That's my kind of party. Oh, hope that was as enjoyable as it sounds. Oh, that has reminded me of something. So once I get caught up on chat, I'm going to tell you a story of D&D last night because, oh boy, that was a session. Kieran woke up super late, so with me in the tiredness department. Yeah, I actually woke up, I think it's 8, but I'd also woken up at like 7 and 6 and 5, and yeah. At the Queen's funeral procession on the background, figured you may as well witness the history of the event. Yeah, I was doing that earlier, just watching it on the background. When I went for my walk, it was like kind of quiet out. There was some people around, but it just felt like a very early Sunday morning. Also, the burgers were like a centimetre thick. You didn't know this when you ordered the double. Well, at least keeps you full up for like the weekend. Nutella and salted pretzel milkshake. Interesting. But yes, so yesterday, playing D&D. Now, first thing you have to bear in mind is that the previous session, I'd had to leave half an hour early because I was that tired that I decided, you know what? I just need to get sleep. I'm not able to pay attention. And the party's basically been given a mission where we've got to go and find some people. And it turns out, when I come back and we start this session, we're on the map that I haven't seen before. And we're all there. And there's some of these lizard people that we're meant to find. And there's an initiative tracker. Now, the good news is I had rolled incredibly well in my absence, which is par for the course because I don't roll particularly well when I am here. But yes, I was going first in the initiative. So I was like, oh, this shouldn't be too bad. There's 6 of us. There are 3 of them. Let's go and get this over with. So I, as a bard, gift inspiration, and then run and attack. And I hit. Oh no, I think I missed on my first one. Well, that's okay, because they missed when they were hitting me. Anyway, fast forward a few turns. And, well, actually, no, you don't even have to fast forward a few turns. The wizard went down turn 1, as wizards are wont to do. Bear in mind here, we are level 1 party members. So the wizard has like 7 hit points. And he goes down in 1 turn. Okay. Well, bring back up. We've got me who has healing word. We've got the druid who has healing word. We've got like a total of 4 healing spells in the entire party. We are fine. Then the DM crits the tank and leaves the tank, our paladin, with 1 hit point. Bear in mind, this is a level 1 character with like 14 hit points. And almost one-shots them. Okay. Then I get hit. Oh no, actually no. Our fighter, I believe, goes down as well. So I heal the fighter. Then I get hit, and then I have to heal myself. I am also controlling the druid because the player for the druid is not there. So the druid managed to get out of this completely fine. Not a physical scratch. I mean, I say completely fine. She's already playing a somewhat traumatized character. And the fact that by the time that we took down the last lizard man, I say she, the druid, took down the last lizard man. Me playing the druid took down the last lizard man. 2 party members had already failed 3 death saves. 2 more were on their last death save. And my bard character had passed all 3 death saves. So we had, out of 6 party members, 2 dead, 2 on the verge of death, and 1 unconscious but stabilized. We rolled so bad during that, and the DM rolled so well. I think the DM got a few crits off. And all of our, when we finally got a crit, it was something like, yes, we've got a natural 20. Oh, wait, it's a range attack and there's someone next to them. We've got to roll at disadvantage. So, yeah. Thankfully, the DM was sort of like, oh, well, you're not dead. Because especially as one of the players, I think it was their 2nd ever session. And the other one was like their 3rd or 4th ever session. It was like, okay, you're not really dead. You're just very, very hurt and you need to go and get some help. But the DM didn't expect that. We didn't expect that. But we almost had a TPK. Level 1 parties are squishy. I mean, the thing is, the DM, this is her first campaign that she's DMing, so I'm sort of helping out. So, like, when the players were dead, I sort of, it was like, oh, well, you can see if you can, stabilize the 2 people. And I was like, can we just go into another voice chat and just have a quick discussion? And I was like, yeah, sure, and go in and say, you do realize that those 2 are technically dead. As in, we are probably at this point going to need a 5th level spell. Because we didn't actually go over and start doing stuff to deal with them being dead for a few hours because we had absolutely no healing left. So we just managed to stabilize, like the druid managed to stabilize the 3 of us that were alive but unconscious, and we had to wait 1d4 hours to wake up. So yeah, I was like, you do realize they are sort of like dead, and at this point we need a 5th level spell and like 500 gold, and we are 1st level. Yeah, so we kind of just fudged it because rules over, well, not rule, story over rules. and you don't expect to have that happen at first level. Because, I mean, theoretically, just based on standard balance rules, this was a balanced encounter. This was not a particularly hard encounter. It's just we rolled so badly all the time. Pretty much the entire, like, we got to a town and the DM was like, roll, like the entire party, roll investigation checks. So like the 4 of us that are still like properly conscious and alive, roll investigation checks to see if you can find some medical person to help with the other 2. Viewers, the highest roll was an 8. I have a +5 investigation. So yeah, that is how our rolling went during that session. Not only could we barely fail to deal with these 3 people, we also, I mean, I DM, and sometimes the dice are just so cruel to the players that you just end up sighing and taking pity on the players. And we ended up just about finding a magic shop, and then the magic person in the magic shop managed to point us towards a clinic, and now we are indebted to a clinic. So apparently we're playing in America, but we now owe a debt to a medical establishment. So that was D&D, which was fun. But yeah, at least the other players, I mean, the good news is that the character that I was playing for one of the other players didn't take a scratch. So silver linings and all that. So yes, let's get back into linking to page. So we want a canvas view. Canvas editor view controller. I mean, I did explain to the DM that sometimes these things happen, because I mean, the first time I ever killed a player character completely by accident, they had defeated the boss and it had gone super well, and just on the fly I thought, okay, well, they've barely taken any damage, they've barely cast any spells, let's have something else come up and just to give the thing a bit more gravitas. And honestly, it wasn't all that bad. Except I had these 3, I believe it was Wraiths. It was something where you insta-die if you go to 0 hit points. But by this point, all the players in the party were like level 4. They had fairly good, and almost the entire party was at full hit points. So I sent the 3 Wraiths to attack the 3 closest characters. One of the characters, the first character, miss. Second character, natural 20. Third character, miss. Which character got the natural 20? Oh, it just happened to be the one member of the party that had taken a decent amount of damage. Everyone else was pretty much full health, but the one that had the least damage, natural 20. Down to 0 hit points, dead. So these things happen. RPGs are fun that way. But as I say, you always go for story of rules. So it's like, well, they don't have the means of bringing them back. Well, thankfully they were working with a priest, and as something to thank them, the priest offered to perform the ritual to get them back. Technically the priest wasn't high level enough, but I made them high level enough to be able to cast a spell. So yeah, you fudge stuff for the sake of a story. You're telling a story. If you want to do this stuff, then Right, this should be interesting. Because when I start linking, oh, I actually need this. Page, go to first responder, link to canvas page. Now we're going to test this in a way that doesn't actually work correctly. Because, let's just turn off the canvas origin. What I need to have happen is you actually select something before doing this. But if I just do, you notice that I can hover over things and it selects them and so on. If I do Command Option L, okay, so that hasn't. Why is linked? Oh, because and false at the end. It does. Okay. Well, then we can do it. Well, we will do it incorrectly first, because it just makes it a bit easier to test that it is doing this, and then we'll make it work correctly. So if the action is equal to the selector self dot no, link to canvas page. That's what I want. Then you and true. Now, you know, I've been here a couple of times, so it's going to be a good test now. But what's it that I'm building? So what I'm building is an app called Coppice. So I can do that. But if I bring it up, so Coppice is a Mac app that I build, and what it basically does is let you put your thoughts in, collect either images or text and so on, put them in, link them together a bit like a wiki, but then you can sort of lay them out on a canvas. So let me open up the sample document. So for example, you've got a sample document here. And if I click on pages, it opens up this, and then I can go to text pages and image pages. Why are all these? Oh, because it doesn't, I haven't implemented the migration yet for, okay. Yeah, a bit like combining a wiki, a mind map, and a note-taking app is the best way to think of it. So I've released a few versions where I've added various features and functionality. So the first one was just adding all the basic stuff in. I added stuff like the ability to link from a page to another page, so you can actually go in here and create a link, and then we can link that to, let's link it to, I just search here, the Coppice Pro, that, go here, and then when I click on that, it creates a link. And the key thing is it remembers everything that you've done. So if I close that and open it again, the entire tree opens up. So that is what I've done before. And what this current version is basically making all this more powerful. So for example, I can hover over a link now and it will show me on the page what link it relates to. I can hover over a link and it will highlight the actual arrow for me. And it works here as well. So that's highlighting the link there, or highlighting that. I can also now select something and then delete the link. Previously, you could have it where if I had, for example, if I just type text pages, so it has auto linking. If you get the pro version, where it will automatically find stuff, So it looks, as I type it in, it sees, okay, there's a text pages thing here. If I delete that, let me just change this to... So another thing is, you'll notice that text pages appears multiple times. It appears here, it appears there. And that is how it worked by default. Well, what I've added in is now you can have pages, multiple links to a page, so you can link them together. And what we're doing now is that, let's say I wanted to create, let's say I create a new page, and I call this page Hello World. Let's say I wanted to link to this page. Well, I can go here, I can create a link to Hello World, but it hasn't actually created a link here. And it's fine, there are times that you want to do that, but if I want to actually link to this, then I have to close it. I can potentially just command click and do that, but one thing I want to do is you'll be able to sort of, if this isn't here and this link isn't here, you'll be able to say select this, do your command option L, and then an arrow will start following your cursor, and then you can hover over pages, and then you can actually link to a page that way. So that is the feature that we're currently working. And you'll notice that all of the hover stuff no longer works because we linked to page. So that is working correctly. But yeah, that's Coppice effectively. It's an app that I had the idea for a while ago, and I've been working on it for a while, and it's hopefully one day it will make enough money to support me. It's nowhere near that yet. Like from a financial point of view, I would be far better spending more time doing contract work, but it gives me time to actually work on stuff that I want to do, learn stuff that I want to do, build my own product, write code how I want. So it's just, I find that more enjoyable. Right, so what do we want? We want self.attention.editable and self.attention. Need the page. Focus mode editing. No. Canvas layer attention. This page edited. It's only a private set, so why is it not? Oh, because it's in a different thing. Okay, so it needs to be public private set. Self.layerAttention.page being edited equal is not equal to. Okay, so if we build this now, you'll see that all of our other stuff works again. You'll see that we can't link to a page. We can select, but we still can't link to a page. But if we are now editing, we can link to a page. If we're here and we select, we can link to a page. Okay. Actually, we need to create a link. Don't want that. That returns a layer engine page. Properties do we have on here? Page view controls for layout engine page. Okay, so we're gonna have to check this to see if we can actually. Oh, TechScript Tea Time. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. And Dotted Attitude, thank you for the follow. Hope you are all doing well. Welcome to the spaceship. How was your raid, TypeScript Tea Time? Small functions make them bigger. Oh, I have some big functions that I can that I can show you. I mean, we were just looking at one. Validate menu item. Not only is it a big function, this is a big function full of full of if statements. Big functions make it smaller. Well, we have plenty of small functions. There you go. There's a nice small function to soothe your soul. Is one line. So, TypeScript Tea Time, how was your stream? Hope it was good. Lots of fun building serverless on AWS. Oh, cool. I haven't really touched AWS for my own stuff. I'm very, very simple with web stuff. I am PHP, MySQL running on a shared hosting system because it works for me. But I mean, I've done enough like stuff with S3 for other projects, but yeah, I am doing good. Like the WordPress stack? Yep. Like the WordPress stack? Oh, it's just the normal. I mean, it's the LAMP stack. Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. And it works. It works well. It's what I know. And I mean, I'm not a web developer. So I just basically write what I find easiest to deal with. And for me, PHP is easiest to deal with because it is the easiest to deploy. Like PHP gets a lot of like bad press and all stuff like that, mostly because it used to be a pretty terrible language. But the one thing that PHP has over pretty much anything else on the web, bar just HTML and CSS, is deployment, because it's literally FTP and upload and done. Yeah, WordPress is very much a thing, so it's very much effective. But I mean, the thing to remember is that PHP runs a lot of stuff. I believe even now, a lot of Facebook is written in PHP. A lot of what is the other one? There's a lot of big sites that run on PHP. So, and then there's a lot of sites that run on WordPress. So, yeah, you often don't realize how much stuff is out there, and then you realize, oh, there's that much stuff out there, and then you realize, oh, a lot of that's in C, and C is yeah. Go use TypeScript. You know, what's funny is I've never actually used TypeScript. I use JavaScript a lot. Never used TypeScript, funnily enough. Like, I know it's generally just JavaScript with typing, and I'm used to JavaScript and I'm used to typing, so it should work, but I've just never really looked into it, never really had to. All the projects where I've had to do JavaScript, it's not been my decision on whether to use TypeScript or not. And the ones where it is, I don't use a lot of JavaScript, so... But yeah, I mean, what we're working on is working in Swift. Wonderful, wonderful Swift. And we are currently just realizing that I need to work out what was I looking for? A view controller for that. So it's canvas page view controller. Now maybe I need to have this rather than have it on the canvas. Maybe it needs to be on the actual page editor, because the page editor can know, is it yeah, it can know whether it's on a canvas easily enough, and it can know whether or not it can create a link easily enough. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to shift this. So this, where are we? Link to canvas page. So we're gonna, oh, we can probably just delete that. And link to canvas page, we're going to get rid of that. I'm going to go to page editor view controller. Actually create link. Some love of iOS dev is one of the things I need to get into. You have two apps waiting to be compiled for iOS from React Native, but don't have an iOS device to run it on. Is publishing to the iOS App Store as infamously difficult as you've heard it is? Have I happened to try it? I did long ago. I had an iPad app, I had apps in the Mac App Store. Now, bear in mind, this was like 2011, 2012. Things have changed since then. To some degree, they've improved. Some degree, they haven't. I mean, the App Store was part of the reason for me getting out of indie dev in the first place, because they decided to introduce some rules, which they've now removed. But that meant that one of my apps couldn't be on the App Store anymore, and the App Store made a fair amount of money. So I sort of sold off the app and was fed up. But it can be hard, it can be awkward, but I mean, the basic process isn't that difficult. You get your account, you pay for the you pay for your Apple developer account, go on to App Store Connect and create all your stuff on there in terms of the all the app information and put all that stuff in there. You have to sign all the contracts and put any tax information if you are making any money off it. And then it's just a case of, once you're done, I mean, you can do it through Xcode, I believe, still, uploading the binary, but there are other tools for doing it where basically upload the binary and wait for Apple to do some basic checks, which it will go through fairly easily. And then it goes to a human reviewer who will actually review it. And then it will either be rejected, sometimes for a valid reason, often for a frivolous reason, and then it goes live. Now the thing is, if you're putting a new app on, it can take longer, and the complexity of the app affects it, and so on, because they just want to make sure stuff is okay. But it's one of those things of, it's more painful than it should be, and it's more painful than not selling for the store. I mean, Coppice is not currently in. Yeah, if you've shipped to the Android Play Store, then it is very similar, pretty much same sort of thing. In terms of if you're just doing an update, usually only takes like a day or so for a review to go through. It's very fast these days. Sometimes it can be even just a matter of hours before a review goes through. But like I say, sometimes you can be shipping for ages with something, and then depending on just getting a particular reviewer, they'll just reject you for something that you've shipped with in the App Store for years, and they've just decided, no, this is not allowed, and then you have to appeal it and stuff. There is an appeals process now, which is good, but yeah, there's a lot of pain there, but I'm going to be going through that pain later in the year, because I'm going to be bringing Coppice to the Mac App Store, which is going to involve a bunch of web stuff, because I currently have my setup where you can buy online and go through my website there, and I need to hook into the App Store's APIs so that when people, because one of the things I do is that Coppice, if you download Coppice, it is a completely free download, but certain features are locked out. And get those features, you have to get Pro. Now, Pro is a subscription, so you just pay, it's $20 a year, and you get access to Pro. And the reason I did it that way is I eventually want to make an iPad version. And I want it to be, if you get Pro, you have Pro. Doesn't matter what platform you're on, you have Pro. And it doesn't matter whether you bought it in the App Store or outside the App Store. I want it so that you have Pro. And you can do that. But you need like the website backend where there's an account system where it hooks in and so on. So I need to get that hooked into the App Store so that if someone buys on the App Store, they could download direct and still get Pro, or they could buy direct and download from the App Store and use Pro, and so on. So yeah, I've got to get all that done and get it all ready, and then make sure it all fits in with the App Store guidelines, and it's a pain. From the outside, developing iOS Android apps seems like its own thing as much as full stack is. There's a lot to it. Yes and no. In some ways it's easier, in some ways it's harder, because you generally have one vendor for most of your stuff. And so it makes it a lot easier because it's generally a lot more integrated. Like, if I want to get an iOS or a Mac development setup going, I have my Mac, I go to either the App Store or developer.apple.com, I download Xcode, and I launch Xcode. And that's it. That is all you need to do. You download Xcode, it has all the frameworks that you need, it has all the tools, it's got the debugger and the UI tools and the profiler and accessibility tools and all that stuff built in. And you just go, file, create new project, and when you want to go, you just click play, it does all the compilation. It all is integrated, it all works. You don't have to go and set up all this stuff, like get all your containers and stuff set up, and also it's a lot easier. It's one download, the entire development system is there. But it makes it so that you can't decide, actually, this part of it isn't all that good, I need to swap it out. In some cases you can. So you can potentially move, like you can just not use Xcode for some of it. You always need Xcode to some degree, but you can actually use Xcode, use other tools such as app code or even VS Code and so on. But you generally, you can't replace some things. But there is an awful lot of stuff. So if I go to developer.apple.com, I go to develop and go to documentation. The good thing is you have huge amounts of stuff that Apple provides. And a lot of it is very good. So if I go to technologies, 290 results here for all the stuff Apple provides. And it's stuff from accelerate for large calculations, accessibility, access to contacts, app intents, that's like Siri and so on. We have AppKit and then UIKit and stuff, which is your UI stuff. ARKit, which is all of your augmented reality stuff, all your audio drivers, AV Foundation and AV Kit for all of your video and audio processing stuff, dealing with cars, dealing with networks, dealing with like CloudKit stuff, dealing with colors, compression, location, machine learning, motion, GPU accelerated video and stuff like that. Building extensions, game controllers and stuff. You got all of this stuff that Apple provides you. You can go down to your low level metal stuff. I mean, some of it is like basically like integrating with Apple Music and so on. So it is generally, if you're building for mobile or for the Mac or for Windows or anything like that, it's a lot more integrated because it's like one vendor providing all of this stuff rather than picking and choosing. So there are pros and cons to each approach. I mean, in a way, a lot of it is sort of similar to getting a pre-built computer versus building your own PC. If you get a pre-built, like be it a laptop, be it like a Mac, or just a general pre-built computer, you can go to one person. If something goes wrong, you go to them for your warranty, you go to them to get all your stuff, you go to them for customer support. It's great. But a lot of these, you generally can't replace stuff in them easily. You can't pick and choose exactly the components you want. You can't say, I want exactly this GPU of this brand because it is better with cooling or power or whatever. I want this specific power supply, this specific cooler, and so on. So you can sort of pick and choose, but it is more difficult. And if something goes wrong, you've got to go to different people, and they each have the pros and cons. So to me, that is sort of the difference between the approaches. The web is very much like a build your own PC thing, where a lot of native stuff is a lot more along the lines of like buying a pre-built computer or buying a laptop or something like that. Hopefully that makes sense. Right, so what I wanted to do here is throw a link to Canvas in here. Now, this is something really cool. This is worth actually pointing out. So you'll notice that here, I had the link to Canvas function in here. Now I've just taken it out and put it into here. Now we can't call self layout engine start linking, but what I can do is if I throw a print in into canvas page, I also need to validate menu item. Okay, that returns true, so we should be good. If I build and run this, all I have done is taken the code from there, the method from there, and moved it into here. But if I go here, you see link to page doesn't work. If I select that, link to page doesn't work. If I go in, link to page does work, and when I link, it now goes link to canvas page. This is one of the coolest features of the Cocoa framework, which is called responder chain. And this is such a wonderful demonstration of it. Like I said, literally, it was just a case of, where are we? Link to canvas page. It was literally a case of taking this out of the view controller for the canvas editor and putting it into the text editor view controller. And you'll notice if I go here into an image editor view controller, it doesn't work. So how does all this actually work? Give some interesting insights into iOS dev. Thanks. Got to go grab lunch. Yeah, enjoy lunch. I'm going to be here for the next few hours. So if you are still around after you've grabbed lunch, then feel free to come back and hopefully we can I can answer any more questions you may have. Which yeah, with the responder chain. So how this works? When you have something in Cocoa like a menu item or a button that you want to do something, the way you do that is you specify a target and an action. The target is the object that will be called, and the action is the method that will be called. So in this case, link to page, the method is linked to canvas page. Now normally you would link it to a specific object, which makes sense. So for example, size to fit content, its target is the view controller for page layout. That makes sense. But for a lot of these, where you want them to go depends a lot on context. And so the target of most of these is set to nil. Now you may think, well, if there's no target, where does it actually go? Well, again, it depends on the context because you have the responder chain. So what happened before, or what you have in terms of the responder chain is the first responder is generally what you are interacting with. So at the moment, this text field, this text view is the first responder. But if I go over here, now this is the first responder. In fact, I think if I go up here, responder chain, I can bring this up. It's not very, it's not the clearest thing, but I can go here. You see our responder chain is a canvas text view, and then it's clip view, a scroll view, so we're getting scroll view there, the container view, the view controller, color background, page editor, we get up to canvas page view controller, and then eventually canvas editor view controller. I can go here and you see we have an image editor view controller. I can go over here and you can see got a text view that goes to a text field that goes then up the inspector stack. Now, what these responder chains do is if I go here and I want to invoke one of them, what it will do is say, okay, I know the action, my target's set to nil. I will first ask the first responder, do you respond to this action? If not, I'll go to the next item in the responder chain. Do you respond to this action? And every time it goes no, it keeps going until it gets to the top. Now, when we had that function on the canvas view controller, if we go here, we would select this, and it would ask the first responder and go no, and it's constantly going no, 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 until it gets the canvas editor view controller, which does implement it, and then it returns, yes, I do respond to this. Now what we have is that it's actually in the, where are we? The text editor view controller, so it doesn't go as far up the stack. But what that means is, if I don't have this selected, it's not even in the stack, so therefore it doesn't even show this. Now, what happens is when it finds something that does respond to it, it then calls validate the menu item on it. And when it validates the menu item, that determines is this available or not. If I didn't have the validate menu item, or it was a button or something, or a toolbar item, then it can actually just determine, does something respond to this? Okay, it does. It's enabled. If nothing responds to it, then no. I believe... Yeah, format. So you notice I can't do bold, italic, underline or anything because nothing at the moment in the first responder, which is currently the canvas view, responds to it. But if I go into here, an NS text view, which is what my canvas text view is, responds to bold, italic, underline. So suddenly they're all enabled. So this is one of the cool features of Cocoa where you can have things targeting nil and you basically just move them and it just finds the correct thing and where to validate and all stuff like that. So what we are going to do here is I want to look at validate menu item. Right, create link, edit link. Editing the selected link. So I want it to be no anything but no selection. If menu item to action equals selector self dot canvas page, then self dot attribute editor dot selected link not equal no selection. So if we build and run, hopefully this should so I'm there. Nope. I'm in here, but there's no selection. Doesn't do that. If I'm there, it does link to page. However, I can also go a cursor inside of a link, and that works. Okay, so that is all good. So then we need to actually have linked canvas page, which will tell the canvas editor view controller to start linking. That's going to the link mode. It will then switch the hover thing, which will then switch the arrow that will be drawn and highlights over. And then when there's a click, that's going to create a mouse event context, which will on mouse up finish the thingamabobbery. What's it called? Finish the linking mode. And then tell the current page editor to link to a particular page. And then create that link on the canvas. Okay. Right, I think we're in a good place, and as we've been going for a little while, I'm going to go get a fresh cup of tea and just sort out 1-2 other things. So I will be back in about 5 minutes or so, hopefully. In the meantime, I hope you all go and get refreshments yourself, go and stretch, maybe get a little bit of fresh air or something. I will be running some ads during the break just to get rid of those pesky pre-rolls, so feel free to ignore them, go and do something else while they're running, because it saves people coming in having to deal with them. But yes, I will be back in about 5 minutes or so, maybe a bit longer. And yeah, see you then. Okay, I am back. So, where were we? We were just getting the canvas page working. So, now I have my fresh cup of tea. Holiday menu. I've just realised one thing we want to do is not only do we want to check is there a selected link, but we also self dot want to do self dot is in canvas, because we don't want to allow this when you're not in a canvas because it makes zero sense. So we will do that, throw that in there. Then link to canvas page. Canvas as a view controller. Do this on the view controller. Probably. Okay, do we have anything? Nothing already. A from that one. Oh, ooh. Yeah, link to page from editor. Next view controller. Do private bar. Page from is going to be a page content. Page being edited. Get create link harbor event. And this should, first part should be fairly easy, because what we want to do is we want our canvas layout or our layout to have For um uh, we have a link layout in. Layout engine. Those pages destiny. Can I reuse this? I can definitely reuse the drawing, but can I reuse the layout engine link and the link layout engine? Should be able. Okay. Source page. Right. So don't actually care about the page, we just care about edge. Changes funk edge to rect edge. Up, and then this we can leave that. We're just going to do then stuff.edge. Plus page dot layout for it. Looking at the edge. Actually, where do we get in the Yeah, because you can have multiple ones coming out of a page, so you do need to do a full thing. So it needs to be in here. Just need to have a link. Where the destination can be nothing, or it's either nothing or it can be a page that changes. My thoughts about this being the easiest part is probably wrong. It's probably the hardest part because of how we need to factor this in. There is going to be a special case of a link. The source page is going to be set. The destination page where is that actually called from? That is I mean, we could have a special page ID that is the page ID of nothing. Because that would make it easy to identify this. We just need to be able to change the destination page ID. Because if it's nothing, then destination actually. At the endpoint, so we don't care about it there. It's got the opposite page, which we there's a physical link. That can be optional. In the way to hack that be to have a special layout engine page. Ooh. Are we going to do something hacky here? Are we going to hack our way around this? Are we going to apply delete haxes chat to this? So what I'm thinking, everything in the link layout engine is about linking one page to another. And in almost every case that's going to be correct. However, when we're doing this, you're going to have a link going from a page, so it's always a source page. That is a page that exists. But it is going to be following the cursor around until it goes onto a page, at which point it's going to tie to that page, and then when you go off the page, it's going back to the cursor. What if... There are two ways of doing this. We need to create a special link for that. Well, that's just a temporary link that we can end up getting rid of. And that link just allows us to lay it out. The problem is the links need a destination to correctly do stuff. And sort them and everything. Now we could... We could add a bunch of custom stuff to do this, or when we're in this mode, we could have a special layout engine page. And it gets added but not drawn, that tracks the camera, not the camera, the cursor. As you move the cursor around, it is constantly moving. It's only one, like, it's only the size of the cursor. It's going to follow the cursor around. And then it's going to switch to, then the link is going to switch to a page if it's over a page, and then it's going to switch back to this invisible page. So what we need to do there is have a page. This goes to get a page with an ID, and we've got pages of ID. So we only want it to be visible for the link. So we don't want it in pages. We probably don't even want it in pages by UUID. What we want is a special cursor page. There's a page that always follows the cursor around. That means it can be returned from here. Okay, yeah. So manage page. We're going to have our cursor page. It's going to be a layout engine page. If cursor page .id ID, then we'll go to cursor page. Otherwise, we search for all the existing pages. So we'll go there. Layout engine. Public. That's okay. So we have our layout engine. We have a cursor page. So what we're going to want to do is set the cursor page and then create a link. have a link. Add and remove links. So bring that down. I'm going to function add link. Yeah, because these are functions. Okay. Do add, you remove, do all that. Fantastic. Then what we should be able to do here. First things first. Func is going to be canvas, no, cursor page layout. And we're going to do guard if let cursor page equal layout. Layout page. And cursor page. Otherwise, cursor page equal to our new cursor page and cursor page. So our first thing is we want to let cursor page equal self cursor page in layout. I'm going to do cursor page dot content trim equals CG point, no, CG rect. The origin is going to be location and the size will do size width. Bracket. And want the var cursor link layout engine link. Okay. In fact, we can do. No, we can't. Need the layout engine. But So cursor link in layout engine. So God let soft curse. Actually, do God let cursor link, then cursor link. If we already have one, we'll return it. Otherwise, let cursor link equal link. Now we have an ID, UID, page link, have a page link. I need to remember there was a reason why we forced it to have one. And we're gonna have to let equal let length. Oh no, let then what we are going to do is use the page link there. That is going to error out now. For this one, that, and then optional. An optional. Now this should now work. Next page from self. Page content. That's the image in. Okay, so we're getting that. So UID, page link, nil. Source page ID is going to be self.page.id, and destination page ID is going to be self.cursor page in layout engine. .id. And cursor link, and we're going to do self.cursor link equals cursor link. And then what we're going to do is if cursor self. Let's cursor link in layout engine. If dot okay, link layout. Add a bar layout. Okay. And dot link dot what's that? Okay. So then we can do if cursor link dot link layout engine nil, then layout dot have the link. Yeah. Link. Canvas layout engine. Oh no, we don't need to do that. Don't need the layout engine. Add the link layout. Okay. Just want layout dot add cursor link. Then we're going to layout dot change. Okay, let's see what happens here. So this is all good. If I select this and then Command Option L, page, not link. Be finish. Yeah. Is for Harvard then probably want a clean up. Now that will do nothing. But this one. Castle thing. All right, yeah. If cursor link dot link layout engine not equal to nil, then layout engine dot now dot move cursor link, and we also want layout engine dot cursor page. Okay, so we should be removing that. Why are we not removing that link? Oh, because we're not calling cleanup, are we? Guard current event is not old value. Oh, come on. Then we so if they're not the same instance, then front of event context, no, old value, not up self. Give this a go. Okay, so it's removing it. So the question is, why is it not tracking cursor? Location. Okay, so am I calling the wrong thing here by calling change? Maybe. maybe this. Yeah, so what we don't want that. We want layout dot modified cursor page. Hey! Follows the cursor. And correctly adjust things. So all we need now is that when you hover over a page, I'm going to change the... I'm going to remove the cursor link and add a different link, which is linking to the page. And then when you come off, it's going to go back to the cursor link. But... progress. Okay. One second. God let page equal layout. Oh, it's item. Orientation. Yeah, change your page because we don't care if it's a link. But okay. So we have a cursor link. What we also var private var current link equal right, so I think what we actually So we want food. So much easier if you just pass the layout engine in on creation. Like, is there a reason why I've done it this way? Other than stability? Doesn't make sense, testability. So you got the current link. Really, we just want to change the link when the potential page changes. Oh. Oop. Wrong one. Ah! Ah! Raid? But where is... So, raids are broken, but what should be doing at the moment is... Oop, that's a bit loud. Let's, Nope, stop. Ah! Welcome, Raiders! Hey, Vars, welcome! I am doing good. How are you doing? Let's do a quick shout out. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the chat, Ladik and New Horizons. How was your stream of ours? What were you up to? Yes, battle stations. So I think the raid message has, yeah, it's now gone. But yes, welcome everyone to the spaceship. Hope you are doing well. I am Pilkey. I am a robot, and I do Mac and iOS development and a little bit of other stuff on the stream, but primarily Mac development. I'm currently working on my app, the Mac called Coppice. I'm working on the latest version of it. We're on the final stretches now. Working on boring freelancing stuff. Yeah, the freelancing stuff isn't as fun as the personal projects you have to run. Oh, well, thank you for the raid, and hope you have a good rest of your day, Evars. Thank you very much for dropping in. Glad to meet a new channel of iOS and Mac development. Yes, there aren't a huge number of us out there, but there's myself, there's Evars, there's Misha B, there's Megan Wilson. Trying to think who else. There's Uli, who occasionally Uli Witness, who occasionally does well, Mac development, but I mean it's like old school. I think he's on a bit of a hiatus at the moment. Ehut, I think there are others. Afflux. So there's quite a few of us out there, though. I mean, the grand scheme of everyone on Twitch, we are a few between. Yes, welcome Raiders. This is my home on Twitch. This is my overlay where I run around and people throw bugs at me and I just also sit here and code. Let's code. D Schmidt 1985, thank you very much for following. At some point, I will figure out why Twitch is so completely broken in talking to the overlay, Because followers, I seem to get the notification 3 times. Raids, I get the notification 0 times. I have no idea why. Anyway, what we are currently working on is a new feature in my app, Coppice. So what we're going to do is, if we just stick a return in there, I should be able to show you what's going on. Gondor7741, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So this is Coppice. It's a Mac app where you can throw in a bunch of pages with your thoughts, ideas. You can have images, text in them, and you can link them together and lay them out on the canvas. So it's sort of one part note app, one part wiki, one part mind map software. And what we're doing at the moment is a feature that Coppice hasn't had, is you've got a page on a canvas and you want to actually link to it. You haven't been able to do that. So what we're building is that exact feature, where what you can go in is you can select something that is linkable, like some text. You can do link to page, and then that seems to be, oh, I know why, because it's going over. Yeah, if you're moving about, the positions are wrong on this. Oh, do I need to convert the position to... The reason it's jerking is that it thinks it is over a page, I think. Or have I... Oh no, I've done it the wrong way around. If it is over a page, it is doing it. So let's just and let's just disable that for now, and I'll show you what this is doing. So yes, what it will be is you'll be able to do this. Brings up, and now you can see I've got an arrow pointing at a cursor here. And what the idea is that you'll be able to hover over another page. It will highlight the page, and when you click, it will actually create a link here and add the arrow in, which has previously been a multi-step process. So this will be just a much easier step to do. But at the moment, we just have the arrow following the cursor. What I want to have happen now is when you go over a page, it will not only highlight the page, but the arrow will snap to it while your cursor is over, which is what we're currently working on. So for all the raiders who came in, let me know how you are, what you're up to today, if you've got any exciting things on, how your weekend was. As always, if you have any questions about Mac development, about what I'm working on, just feel free to throw them in chat, and I'm always happy to answer any questions you may have. So we have Rogerio C. Perez, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So we have let's see, we get our potential page. Now this is where I was currently trying to work out what I need to do. So what we need to do is only when the page over changes do we need to swap the links out, because I am doing a little bit of a hack. So I have a layout engine that allows me to lay out all these pages so the UI can lay them out. I also have a link layout engine that lays out all of these links. And the little hack that I'm doing is that when you there we go. When you do this, what I'm doing is, because the link layout engine requires there to be 2 pages, one at the start of the arrow and one at the end, I'm doing a little sneaky thing where at the moment there is a hidden page under the cursor, so that I don't have to completely rewrite everything. I just have a little page and I get to reuse everything. So it's coding smart rather than correctly. Do a little hack that reuses existing stuff rather than rewriting. But what we need to do is we need to swap out the links to one that points to the page when we hover over. So we are going to actually the current. We do potentially need that current link. Let's bring this up here. So current link and private var current target page. Right, so we're actually just going to get page on under cursor. Right, what am I doing here? We need the page under the cursor, and we need if self.current target page is not equal to page on the cursor, then what we want to do is if they're different, we're going to actually change that equals either the page under the cursor or cursor page. So actually, yeah, no, we won't do that. Shift that down there. So we always want to update the cursor page just so it's in the correct position. So if that happens, what we want to do, if they're not equal to that, then we want self dot link equals self dot current link. Dot move our link. Next thing we want to do. Then we want to add the new link. Old link is equal to that. So if that page under cursor so if we have a page under the cursor now, we want to create a link. link. Isn't one, then link equal self.cursor link in layout. Otherwise, it's going to be a layout engine link. So you right. Don't care about the page link. The source page is self.page.id and the destination page is page under cursor.id. Self.current link link and so get the self.current link equals the link, and then come on, brain. Hey, why is it that your brain never seems to work when you need it to? Well, it's perfectly fine when you want it to just quiet down, but when you want it to actually work and concentrate, your brain is not functioning correctly. There's another step that we need to do, and I am forgetting it. Oh yeah. We need to add the link. Okay, so we're going to add that link there. Do that. So we don't actually need that anymore. And we don't need that. I'm going to update cursor page. And the page on actually if let page on the cursor, then I'm going to modify both of them, else just modify cursor page. Now the only thing is when you actually no, when you first do that it may not be. So if they are not the same, or self.current link is nil, because the current link should always be set to either should always be set to some link unless it's the first time we're doing this. Okay, let's see how much we have got this wrong. So if I select some text, so we're moving around and we snap to that. What do you know? Works pretty well. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to happen, but that is actually what we probably want to have happen. Maybe not quite, because we need some more stuff. Because, for example, you can link to yourself. That is not allowed. So if the page is the page that we're linking to, we don't want to do that. If the page is already a destination, we don't want yeah, the page is already a destination, then we actually, because that's okay, because no, actually that is Yeah, that is very broken. Okay, well, let's fix these one by one. So, if like page under cursor and page under cursor ID is not equal off that page the ID. So that should block us out for the case of linking to ourselves. Which is good. Aha, that is why things are going wrong. Clean up. Front self dot current link dot if let current link self dot current link and current link player attention nil. Go away. There we go. Right. Do I click that? That is correcting. Okay. Could be better because now this should be properly deletable. It is. So if we do that. Okay, so the next thing. What other things do we do? So we got all that. Let's write up. Write myself a to-do list. So we need highlight page when press it over. And for that, I think I'm going to do something called a make maybe like a highlight message thing, which will be something that appears over with a message. Create link on mouse up. And escape key should cancel. Because at the moment, if you click out like anywhere that is not a page, it will just cancel it. But we also want the escape key to handle that. So highlight page, cursor over. In fact, let's get the actual link creation working first. So to do that, we're going to want delete event contact. what we probably want is create link mouse event context. And it's going to plus get link event contact canvas mouse event context, because I've built this entire context system because ideally what I want to do is bring this app to iOS, and because I'm writing this in AppKit, everything is ever so slightly different to UIKit. So rather than UI event, you have NS event, and NS event has like mouse down and mouse up and stuff like that, rather than touches down, touches up, and so on. So I've abstracted things away so that I just have a down event, a dragged event, an up event, so that I can translate that to touches at some point in the future. I mean, the hover events are going to be slightly different because they only really work on the iPad when you've got a mouse or a trackpad connected. So I still need to work some stuff out, but it helps abstract things away so that I can potentially bring this code to iOS without too much effort. So what I care about is up event. I'll do the down event because I want to make sure that we're not. I suppose if you're dragging inside, so we just care about init with page. Let page equal layout dot item at point location and pages after turn. Right. If we go to the canvas layout engine, and get that out there. Layout, finish linking. I was going to finish regardless of. We'll just finish linking there. Right. So print right link on page. D. So in our event context factory, mouse event. That's a fair point. We don't. Yeah, that is a good point. We don't actually need a page there. Don't need to check. Need that there. So then we can go to our event context factory, and if layout engine dot location, layout. Need the current hover context. Not linking, finishing. Let's just do this. Var is and oh, come on, learn how to spell. Public var is linking. Then stuff dot contact. And then in our context factory. Probably don't need that because it's going to be obvious from the code. If layout engine dot is linking, then canvas link mouse contact. Oh no, it's create link. Okay, so if I do that, we're here. Alright, so that is not moving. Then okay, so it is doing that. Oh, so maybe we do want. Oh, because we want to be able to cancel it. So maybe we just have it be an optional. Yeah, we'll do it as an option. We will check that the edge is a page. Yeah. Hi Nerfs, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Layout engine item at canvas point location as layout page. Oh, that needs to be a colon rather than a semicolon. Doing great. Back to uni today. Well, hopefully that goes well for you. I am doing quite well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's always good to be heading back to uni. Though I'm also glad that I've finished uni. If you don't mind me asking, what year are you in? Let's see. So if I do this, Go in there. But if I drag there from here, so it doesn't create. If I go again, click off and back on, it will do. Okay. First year, but you got a lot of advance in the classes you take at the moment due to the fact you got interested in CS a lot earlier. Oh, that's yeah, that's something that generally happens a lot. I have when you get to university where to do computer science or anything like that, it's the first year is always a case of bringing people up to speed. My first year was sort of, some bits were interesting and some bits were completely not interesting. It's like, oh, introduction to programming. What, you mean this thing that I've been doing for the past 4 or 5 years before I got to university? Okay, well, I'll take the easy point, like the easy A grade in that. But then we had other stuff such as what else did I have first year? Intro to networking and computers, which was going a bit more into the low level stuff, which I sort of knew, but not entirely. I think a bunch of intro to AI stuff. So it's a mix. Some stuff's very interesting, and some stuff is just like way too easy for anyone that has any knowledge. Because the problem is, at least, I don't know where you are, but in the UK at least, the sort of education you get in terms of computers up until university is not particularly useful. In fact, when I went, they preferred that you had not done an A-level in computing because it's easier for them if you haven't, because then they don't have to reteach you stuff. Alright, where are we? When we do that, we want to actually create the link. So how do we want to do that? Probably want the layout engine. So canvas layout engine. We are going to go and finish linking. Page. That'll be optional and L. But let's not default that because it's only going to be called inside of here. So layout essentially. Hey. Now finish linking with destination. Probably a bit more descriptive. Now you may be wondering, why am I going to the effort of having all this when I could just throw something down here? What I'm probably going to do is make this work like a button where, let's see, do we have any button over here? Well, there'll be one in Coppice. Here we are, size to fit. If you press down, you will notice that it lights up. And then you move the cursor off and it's no longer lit. Now I'm still holding my mouse button down at the moment, which means when I hover back over it, it highlights again. But if I hover over any other controls, it doesn't. So it's going to act like a button where once you have clicked down, it's locked on that page. And you can move the cursor off and release to like cancel actually clicking on that page, but you can't move to another page and then mouse up. It's only the one that you clicked on. Yes, I am using Xcode. This is a test project I've got open. Yeah, this is Xcode. This is doing all Mac development for with AppKit and Swift. Right, so then come into destination page. Do I need? I do a delegate function. Finish linking with destination. In layout canvas layouting. Oh, just do canvas layout engine. But yeah, this is Xcode, I believe 14 beta 4 because I never updated to beta 6 and I have to stay on the beta because Mac. We never get the, as Mac developers, we never get the final version of Xcode until October. It's always a case of, oh, if you're doing iOS, then you get to use the release version. Otherwise, you got to use the Mac version because they can't ship the beta OS, the beta SDK in that. Right, where are we? Selection. No, it's layout engine that I want to do. And we have finish linking with destination. To be a layout engine page optional. Okay. Finish link. New destination. Oh, we do that, but we do soft.delegate. Finish linking with destination. So, and then I believe our canvas editor view controller is our delegate. Delegate. Oh. Canvas layout engine delegate. Canvas editor view model. Okay. Ooh. Huh. I think it's the view controller. Page content. So, Makes sense it being in the delegate, but the delegate isn't where I want to call. I want to call into the view controller, not the view model. My attention is find on here is always a pain. Oh no, it's found on there. Okay. And that is being called from here. Okay, let's do that in the view model, and that'll just call into the view models. So canvas. Oh. It'll actually be useful to do it in here because we need to create canvas link. So bored, you couldn't find any actual project that you could do and upload on GitHub. What sort of project are you wanting to work on? Where are we? Private. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, start linking from editor. Editor, finish. Anything except web pages. Are you basically just looking for a project that already exists on GitHub that you can just mess around with, or? Something to practice, so do something from scratch. I mean, are you looking for like to work on like Mac iOS style stuff? Because there are some resources out there if you wanted to get into that side of development. It can help you learn how to build stuff from scratch, do things bit by bit. so finish testing page. After in this case, we want the linking. After linking tools editor, layout and start linking. Okay, so so if you wanted to learn Swift and iOS development and stuff like that, then Hacking with Swift is a great place to go. And to the good, well, several of the good resources, you have like Swift UI by example, not Hacking with Swift and all stuff like that. But two good ones that you can go through are 100 Days of Swift and 100 Days of Swift UI. If you've not done Swift before, I'd probably recommend the 100 Days of Swift first. And basically, like all the rules are, every day you spend an hour reading or watching Swift tutorials or writing code, and every day you post about your progress. And it is basically a full 100-day tutorial that goes through building all sorts of different bits and pieces in Swift so that you can actually learn not only Swift but learn various tools. The Swift side of it goes through a lot of like UI kit and stuff like that, and then the Swift UI one will take you through learning Swift UI side of things. I mean, you can potentially do the Swift UI one, but I mean, at this point, Swift UI, you're probably going to need UI kit at some point. So you can go this way. It's just, it's technically newer, technically supposedly what you're meant to do, but anyone who's writing apps will tell you you're probably not going to get away with just knowing Swift UI. But yeah, if you just go to Hacking with Swift, there's lots of resources there that hopefully you'll be able to learn from. Okay, so we have our page content. And what we're going to do is function create link to a create link to page with ID model ID. And no worries, it's they are very good resources, and there's still good resources for. I mean, that entire website is a great resource for anyone who is an experienced programmer, because there are things that Apple's constantly adding to Swift, and you find, oh, you need to learn what's new or learn how to use a particular thing, and it's generally the best place to go to get that information. Alright, so for finished linking, what we want to do, at the end of it, self.linking editor equals nil. But what we also want to do is self.linking editor dot create link to page of ID. Oh yes. I need to import free data, which so let canvas page equals stuff dot page that so we want to make sure that we get that. Let target page or destination page equals canvas. Yeah, canvas page dot page destination page ID else then I'm going to pass the destination page ID in. Okay. Then what we're going to want to do is if link doesn't exist, so we'll do that in a second. We'll just make sure that we get this working at least on text page. No, text editor view. Link to page bar range, so we're going to want range dot that's you dot selected range, I believe we want. Yep. Want self model. Oh, page. You might, if we get the page, you might as well use the page then. Okay, get rid of that. Range. Page content editor. To page. Finish. Okay. Page. That. Destination page. Okay. I just realized, yeah, that's going to complain. Let's see if this works. Okay, so that is good. Okay, so I'm going to try and link this to image pages. So we do that. Now the arrow will not appear, but that hopefully will, the coppice that I have selected to turn into a link if this has worked. It does not. Okay. And it's at this point I set a breakpoint. Find where it is failing. We get to there. Have a page. Have a page with an ID. Have that. Linking editors also. Oh, canvas. Roller. Need that. Oh, start on edit. Nine times out of 10, your code fails because you have not called it. There we go. And that links to image pages. So now we just need to get that in. Now the reason we don't want to just create a link regardless is, for example, here, we're already linking to this page. We don't want to create another arrow because an arrow already exists. So what we want to do, go to our canvas, view model. And we've got canvas link. Content. Rather useful to be able to get the page from the page content editor. Ideally, we want the canvas page. Oh, the editor. Can we get that? That might be quite a tricky thing to get. Oh no. No, canvas editor roller. Get the page editor. That. parent should be a canvas. I can check if I bring up responder chain. Like this, canvas, editor view controller. Canvas page view controller. Okay. So the parent view controller should be a canvas page view controller. Okay, I'm probably going to do this bit off screen because it's going to be a bit of awkward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break just to get a fresh drink. And when we come back, we're going to spend an hour or so working on the overlay, this spaceship thing. For those of you who may not have seen it before, this is my overlay. It is built in Unity, and I'm able to control my robot with a game controller. And I'm currently in the process of rebuilding my robot with additional animations and improved like facial expressions and everything. So when we come back, I'll be switching over to Unity to do some work on this, trying to get this working much better. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. I'll quickly run some ads during the break, just so that we get rid of those pre-rolls for anyone coming in after the break. So feel free to go away, nip to the loo, get yourself a drink, stretch, fresh air, and just ignore the ads. They're just there. Get rid of the annoyance. So I will see you all in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, I am back. And I am ready to do some more work on the overlay. So, if we head over here. Let's set that in. So I've been doing a little bit of work off stream. Building stuff for the overlay. Now, I was making an attempt to try and do my entire face in shaders, so that I could have a shader that I could pass things in, such as where I wanted different aspects to be, but that isn't really working. I'm still going to use shaders for some things. I may be able to, for example, blinking probably wouldn't work, so that needs to work on both eyes. So actually, no, I probably won't be using shaders for the rest. But I do have a simple shader just so that I can add a gradient on the screen here. But what we are going to be doing is getting the face composed and allowing me to basically hook it up to the microphone, hook it up to various other things. That's a fair point. Hooking it up to the microphone is going to be a bit tricky to do on stream, but let's see if we can get the eyes working at least. So, what I want to do have on that message canvas. So we have our message canvas, which at the moment is, look back a bit. So that actually needs to be out there. But we're just going to hide that moment, because I want to add some planes to this. That's the object. Quad. Oh, that's all under. So, I have one thing. The problem is I'm pretty sure that I may need to start switching over to just using FBX, like proper FBX exports. So that I could create a proper prefab. And that would fix a bunch of the problems that I'm having right now. Out. Shut those off. Well, the issue is just moving stuff around. I mean, one thing I realized, because this is affecting the instance of the prefab, not the prefab itself. Prefab itself being here. It means that if I was to create a new scene with this in, then I would lose all the stuff that I'm doing now. But, I mean, it's hopefully not going to be too difficult to do. I could use a renderer, a shader for part of this. Potentially. Okay, let's just shrink that more. Call this left eye, because everything is done from the direction of the camera. Duplicate this, and this is going to be our right eye. Get the capitalization correct. Now the exact position of all these doesn't matter, because they're going to be controlled by code anyway. So they only need to be rough, and then we are going to duplicate. Now one change I'm making, you'll notice that the eyes are curved. And what I am doing is I'm changing them to be... if I turn glasses on and screen on, I'm changing them to be straight, because this is going to allow a lot more movement in the eyes, because at the moment the eyes just blink. But I want the eyes to be able to look around. And part of that, because the glasses are almost cartoonishly part of the eyes, I'm going to be allowing the glasses to shift slightly. But to do that, I need to be able to shift the bridge and so on, which is a lot easier to do if they are just plain. The other thing that helps, if I duplicate that, along there, I'm going to scale it like that. And I will duplicate a duplicate for the right arm. I'm going to select all of these. Create empty parent. Glasses. Actually, it should be left lens, right lens. So what I can do with these is create a material. Folder base and first material. Going to be just glasses, and it's going to be specular. It's going to be your black, but we're going to be able to change the color of it. I don't want those things on, and we're just going to drag that onto. Drag that onto bridge. Drag it onto left arm. Drag it onto right arm. Okay, so let's select all of the. Nope, not you. Select these bits. Okay. Is it? Maybe I want to set it on. Just so it works a bit better. Okay. So the overlap doesn't matter because we will fix that in code. Then we have lenses, and then what we're going to want to do is duplicate. Scale it down a bit. This is left eye. And we will duplicate. Right eye. Nice. Right eye wants to be inside the right lens. The left eye wants to be inside the left lens. Okay. So what we are going to be doing is the pupils are going to be able to move around inside the lens. But because the pupils won't always be centered, for example, here you can see we've got the left pupil and the right pupil, and they're not exactly centered. What is going to happen? Let's see if I can. So we've got the eye, and I'll be able to look to the side. But what I want to have happen is when I get to about here, I want to keep going. So what I would then do is basically it would move a bit like that. So the eyes can actually move a bit, and then you'd get to there, and then the right eye would move a bit potentially. So it's almost a little bit of a squishing of the face as I look, depending on where the eyes are. If they start off perfectly centered, it'll be fine. And it's how off center they are depends on how much these will shift around. But it will be, I mean, like looking up, you'll see they're not rectangular, so you'll be able to look up, but then at a certain point the eyes will shift up a bit. So that's effectively what I'm going for. I mean, the up down I may do, I may not, but the left to right I want to do. So that requires all this stuff shifting around. Now to do this, the other things that we need to do is these need to be able to blink and the mouth needs to be able to open and close. It doesn't work at the moment because streaming with OBS and audio and all stuff like that, it is a pain. It should be better in macOS 13 because OBS gains audio capture like built in. So all of my audio problems should hopefully go away and I can properly use the microphone inside of the overlay to control the mouth, and hopefully everything should be good. But until then, we are stuck without it working. So let's get this working. So what I want to do is I'm going to want a lens texture. And the good news is that I can reuse this in a lot of things. So I just want a simple lens texture. And then I want an eye texture, which is going to be something like this, where you've got the 3 different stages. But I need to work out what I want to do with the textures, because the mouth should be easy. Suppose what I'm going to do is so at the moment, the way I have this set up, if I bring up my... Oh, hey Snowtwig, how are you doing today? Let's collapse that and let's go to the texture. So the way this currently works, if I reveal in Finder, is I have various themes which you can redeem with channel points, amongst other things. So for example, I have just a standard face map here. You can see I've got my blinking, I've got my mouth. Now the problem here is that everything has to be the same size and basically same positions, and it doesn't work particularly well. I want to cut the size down and do some other tweaks. Now at the moment I have a face map where I have all of the expressions and same for the glasses, but then when I switch to, for example, pixels, I swap out the face map. So it changes the face map depending on what you have selected. You being the kind and wonderful viewer of this stream. But what I would like to potentially do is swap it around. So I'm now going to have separate textures for the eyes, for the mouth. The glasses are already a separate texture, but I'm going to do those slightly differently because you can see they're all one thing. I just care about the lenses. I'm just going to have a different series of lens shapes. And what I'm effectively going to do, I mean, you'll notice that a lot of these are just color variants. What I'm effectively going to do is have different, because I need different sizes for each expression, but each variant is going to be the same. So what I may do is have all variants or like swap out the textures for the expression rather than for the theme. So for example, the plain expression here, I would have probably a plain version, a terminal version because it has a glow, and a pixel version. And what I'm going to be doing is like the colors at the moment are in here, and I read those in and use them as textures. I'm going to have those as actual colors that I can read in, because I need stuff like coordinate data for each of the expressions and so on. But if I have those in, what I can do is say, okay, for this expression, pick this coordinate for this thing. Like this theme, this expression, pick these coordinates. And each theme basically defines, okay, which coordinate in the map do you want? And also, and this is where shader will come in, what color do you want? Because, for example, the B-side theme is just the same theme, but it's all in white. Well, it would be good if I could just reuse the regular theme and just change the color of it to white. That would work brilliantly. Then I could do everything in like black and white and just grayscale, and then I can tweak colors. So if I want other things with a glow effect, but to have a different color of glow effect, I can just use the glow variant of the eye and then just change the color of it. What it also means is that if I do it this way, I know what the size is. Because, for example, the glow variant is going to be a bit bigger. So the glow variant is going to define the ultimate size. But then I can have variants of, like, I know what my size, like my possible sizes are. And if I need to tweak them and so on, that works. But it means that for an expression, I have all of the eyes. I have an expression, I have all of the mouths. And then I can tweak them as I need. So that, hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully. But that is the approach that I'm probably going to go for. So many different moving components. I'm in that stage where, as I'm sure many of you who are programmers are working on any project really are, where you can see what you need to do, but there's so much of it and you're like, where do I start? And it always is, without fail, force yourself to do something, because otherwise you're going to get into that paralysis where you do nothing. So what we are going to do oh, trippy. Camera is really changing there. You're doing okay. I'm doing okay as well. So what I probably want to do is create myself some text. So let's work out what we need. So for an expression, there are going to be 8 expressions. Oh, yeah, because I've got 2 word expressions for some reason. Oh, yeah, I don't want that one. I want that. So for an expression, There are going to be eyes. There's going to be essentially left eye, right eye. Now they may be the same as here. Happy is the same. Worried is the same. Confused. Ooh, are the eyes the same? Well, angry they're not. Eyes are the same. The same. That's going to be the only one that has different textures, but that should be easy enough. So you're going to have an eye. Glasses aren't necessarily tied to the expression. While the eyes change the expression, the glasses, there's no glasses there. That's slightly different. That is just the normal one, but the colours changed. Those are bigger, those are smaller. Head empty. So we're going to have plain glasses, happy, confused, left and right, surprised, cry. Yes, so I mean, if we treat the glasses as being the same size, so what we can do, we can have a texture that is our left and our right lens. Have textures that are the blinking, which are 3 steps of blinking, like this. And the mouth is going to be, there are 6 steps of the mouth. There's going to be a texture of that. And then there's any accessories, which are at the moment is just the worried drop there. I don't think. Potentially the tears, maybe. I'm not quite sure yet. I don't know if they're just going to be a special part of the glasses or not. But okay, so what I need to do that is actually going to be 451 times 2. Seed, now just to make this easy, even though the glasses are going to be different sizes, do that. They are, if we have left and right, even if left and right are different, then we can just reuse the logic where the left is this half of the texture, right is that half of the texture. So we're just going to test this for just to model Pokebot texture. What I'm going to do is new face, because a lot of this stuff is going to go away, and this is going to be glasses plain. Our glasses standard. And for eyes, I'm just going to do the plain expression at the moment. Left, Right, are all the same. And it closes to the bottom. Okay. So let's just get rid of those. Get rid of the lens. Move these out across a bit. I don't even cross a bit. Right. So we have the height is 245. Because of the glow, I'm going to make what is the glow? If I zoom in, Pokebot, face map. What glow have I put on terminal? Um, 20 pixels. Go for so if it's 20 going out, 20 down, 20 up. May need to tweak that when we it. Maybe a smaller glow when we do the new terminal, but we'll do an extra 10 and then add an extra 2, so there's a pixel above and below. And then the width is going to be 184 because we want an extra pixel either side, times 3 because there are 3 states. Then what we can do is we'll create a new layout guide. We want 6 because there's 3 states and we want to see where the center points are. We can paste this in. Well, actually, that's a fair point. Well, new. We're adding 10. We're adding 10. We're adding 2. We're adding 2. And that's times 3. Okay, do that again. And then we can... Does anyone have any interesting plans for this evening? Anything that you are up to? Anything you're looking forward to? Or even just this week, if you've got anything exciting going on? Okay, so we have... Oh no, we've done glasses. Play. Okay, so the actual swapping out the textures we're not going to do just now. What we're going to do is we're going to create material, and the material is going to be left blend. Got another material which is going to be right blend, and yet another material left eye, and material right. And then let's just new face. So left lens. Should do as base. Base map. Right lens as in base map. Left eye. Base map. Right. Actually, I've just realized. Probably don't want to do this because we use it and we want to create our shader now. Honestly, just being a potato today. Got rings of power and lower debts to catch up on, so probably get on that after the news is done. Not looking forward to the amount of dishes you've left in the kitchen. Yeah, I've thankfully managed to get the most of the tidying up done earlier, so what I'm probably going to do is some model, like miniature building, and maybe starting on painting, and then what else? Maybe a little bit of gaming, something, just to wind down and relax. Right, yeah, we're going to have to create a shader. So let's have some fun. Let's create ourselves face shader. So what I'm going to do is rename that to face background. What I may be painting is some terrain, though actually thinking about it, I may not have the stuff to paint the terrain. I've been building, I'll show you, Games Workshop. I'm at 40k. These, oh no, it's not. Wonderbox games then. Here we are. Into the dark. So I picked this up, which is a kill team. The main reason I picked it up is because Groot. I am a big fan of Tau. And Groot are actually the first 40k models I ever painted. So the Groot I have now, not only are they the first models I painted, they still have their original paint job. So I've got these, but there's also all of this terrain, which I've got mostly built. I've got a few bits and pieces left to do, but I want to start painting this, but I don't actually have paints because I have another order coming that, because it's got a pre-release thing in, will not come until the weekend at soonest, so I may end up just start building the Groot. So it may be building rather than anything else. Anyway, let's do some shader fun. So shaders are a lot of fun if you use a shader graph, and we're going to probably do an unlit shader. can change it later, but I think unlit shader, and we're going to call this base component. Now we don't actually care about the vertex, we're only going to care about the fragment. So we need to have stuff that comes in. Now the thing that's going to come in is we're going to have a texture. And base texture. We also need vector 2 for tiling. And a vector 2 for offset. We're also going to want a color with a color. And this category is going to be the yeah, it's the texture. Category be positioning. If we go here, save assets, we can see you can have a base texture and you're going to have a color, tiling, offset. So what we want to do, I'm going to drag the base texture out, I'm going to sample it, and then we're just going to shove that into there. And then what I'm going to do, we have our materials up here. I'm going to change this to shade graphs, base component. Going to be glasses standard. Color is going to be black. And we're going to leave that there for now. And so that looks like so. And we've got a left eye here. So what we can do is on the material, drag that. Oh, actually, have I done that? That should. The left lens that I did that on. We can change it in a second. Face component will be the same here then. Glasses. Color is going to be black. So we're all good there. Let's select eyes plane. Okay, so for left eye, I'm going to drag that onto left eye. Left lens. I'm going to drag that onto left lens. Oh, it's left eye. Yeah. Okay, so for right eye, we'll change this shader graph to this component, onto glasses again. And then once I have this set up, in fact, I'm going to leave this one white for now. I've done it again. Nice plan. I'm going to leave this white for now, just so that you can see what this is able to do. And you'll be able to see how useful and relatively easy, once you get to know how it works, the shades graph is. If I go to right lens on right eye, right, so the -1 -0.01. Go. Oh, right. Graph inspector, graph setting. Surface type transfer. There we go. So now we are going to get an alpha. We can stick the alpha there, and if we save asset, now we're getting alpha there. Okay, so we're doing okay so far. Next thing, the color. So we can throw a color up there. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to do I believe, do an add. We throw that up there and bring it out. Save. That is now that color. And if we were to go here and go to right eye and start, as you see, we can now do any color that we want on here. And it is actually going to combine them together. And then the last things we need is we want to grab our tiling and grab our offset. And that is going to be, go to, oh, that's the one that's going to the UV. That one's going to tiling, and that wants to go into offset. And then we want UV to go into there. The default is going to be 1 and 1. So if we save, go to here, do 1 and 1. Just to get these okay, so we're actually going to change these now. So the Y is going to be 1, but the X is going to be 0. Oh, that's going to be divided by 3. And then it's going to be 0.5. And right eye is going to be 1 divided by 3. And the offset is going to be 0.5, but 0.5. Now, because they're the same, this makes no difference, but it will when we get to lenses that are different. Now what this means is that, for example, if I go here, I can make this blink if I do 1 divided by 3, it goes there. And then if I do this times 2, it does that. And then if I go back to 0, it goes back to 4. So we can just change this offset to make it blink. So it's just going to go like that. Now you notice this is stretched out. That is because this is stretched out. So what is going to happen is each expression is going to say, what is the default size? So like, how big do we actually want it to be, width and the height? And then we'll be able to shrink it down. I am Seb J. Welcome in. Thank you for following. So yes, we can see that we now have our shader set up here. Just to do our basic color overriding. And then what we'll be able to do is actually tweak these properties on the material based on what we get from our expression stuff. So we may be able to, let's just play and see. Oop. Okay, so that let me just unlock that down. Start this. Okay, so I can't look around in the game, so something's broken there. Also going to have to really mess around with the sizing. The lenses. So actually, waving though, he seems to be missing part of his hand. Wait, is he actually? Yes, so we need to start figuring this out, which, looking at the time, we may do another day. We may do on Wednesday. So I stream Wednesdays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Sundays. And Wednesdays are usually in the evening. It's usually 6 p.m. UK time, where I usually do stuff working on the overlay. Whereas Sundays and Mondays, I'm usually starting at 1 p.m. UK time and working on Coppice before moving on to overlay stuff. But yeah, we'll probably do some more work on this on Wednesday, because I probably want to do a bit of planning off stream potentially tomorrow. So let's see if there's anyone online to raid. There don't seem to be very many people around today. It seems like there's some event on or something. Let's have a look. Do we have anyone doing any sort of Cocoa development? I mean, if anyone has any recommendations in chat, feel free to throw them in. Just a spot for a second, like scrolling through, and it's like, oh wait, there's someone here doing Max Swift dev. Oh no, that's me. Who can we send you off to? Normally Finite is on at this time, but he doesn't seem to be on today. Oh, is this someone doing the donut tutorial? I'll have a quick look. There's someone learning Blender and making donuts. Why don't we give them a raid? It's not someone who I've raided before. No idea about them, but it looks like they generally do some JavaScript development. Okay. Just a girl learning some magic tricks. Come for the lo-fi, stay for the very casual coding, and watch me slowly become a full stack developer. Okay, let's give them a raid if they allow them. Because anyone learning the Blender tutorial is always good. So we're going to be raiding Trash Puppy, who apparently is a horror game development. They're learning Blender, so we'll see what they are. It's always nice to go for people who aren't the biggest streamers. So yeah, I want to thank you all for coming. Oh, I'm locked. I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you TypeScript Tea Time and Avars for the raids. They're much appreciated. If you've enjoyed yourself on the stream and you haven't already followed, please do give me a follow and you will get notified whenever I go live, working on more of these shenanigans. And yes, hopefully you have had a fun time. We've getting very close to getting the final major feature of Coppice finished, so we can get close to release. But yeah, I've got a lot of homework to do off stream, so I will have to get work on that. But yes, thank you all for coming. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your week, and as always, until next time, happy coding.